Good morning, everyone. What's a G? I'm a G, because this is Grash, everyone. Welcome to the Race 6 YouTube channel. We are here for the Belgian Grand Prix. It's Spa, and it's raining. Apparently it just, in the past 5 minutes or so, it is now significantly much wetter than it was. Yeah, red flag, Grash, yeah. I don't know if we could get a red flag. If the rain is too much, they'll red flag the race, and the reason they'll red flag the race is because of the spray of the water coming off from the car. So we'll see. Zach Brown was just on F1 TV, and in his interview that they got, he thinks it might be a start behind the safety car. So we'll see how things go. I want to thank everyone here, whether you are on Twitch, you're on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook Live, or you're watching after the fact on demand. I want to thank you. You guys have choices to be. We appreciate you guys being here. One TV is just starting, so we're under 5 minutes. 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Has anyone seen the F1 movie? Yes, I have, and it's actually the first day is first day it came out, and it was actually very, very, very good. Hold your belief, suspension to belief is basically the big thing. It really is more like F1 the fairy tale than reality. And that's what you need to go in. You need to go in thinking that it's a fairy tale with the story. But when you put the story aside, all the issues with the story, it's well put together as a film. Like, the story actually does make sense. But they also are they using? No, they're not using Lose Your Mind for the F1 intro. Not that I can tell. But anyways, I know that. Go back. No, it's just standard opening. There you guys. I don't know if Sky is doing anything weird or crazy with their opening. So, but on F1 TV, we are getting the standard opening music. They did play "Drive" by Ed Sheeran after the anthem at the track. So they are using the music on track. Got Total Some Ackerman over in Twitch chat. So I'm saying, I just hope it's not Spot 21. That would be horrible, even for me. That's too much chaos. As it stands right now, Alonso, Antonelli, Hamilton, and Sainz are all going to be pit lane starts. Stroll is now 16, Colpino's 15, Hulkenberg 14, Gasly 13, Behrman and Ocon 11 and 12, Borrello 10th, Lawson 9th, Isaac is 8th, Tsunoda is 7th, Russell 6th, Albon's 5th, Verstappen is 4th, Leclerc is 3rd, Oscar is 2nd, and Norris is on pole. We didn't get any penalties. I know the big incident yesterday was during qualification. Stroll basically rolled over Hulkenberg's wing, and that was on Hulkenberg for trying to pull out into the fast lane in the pit lane area. So it ultimately was on Hulkenberg for that incident, and basically they gave, I think, Hulkenberg a reprimand. He basically was pulled back, and they replaced his wing on the spot, and that was, that would be it. Dark Mayo is here on YouTube chat, so is Paula, Shay, Mayaki. If you've got that green, say something so I can call you out. Fuckar is here. He doesn't think that it's a good track to race in the rain. here. Again, these are the people who have joined the channel, throwing a few bucks on here on YouTube. So thank you. People are thinking 3-4 safety cars. So the formation lap will be started behind the safety car, and that's race control right now. DRS is disabled, and that's obvious. It's wet, so you're not going to get any DRS. Got about a minute to go, and we'll be on the formation lap. How's the weather? It is raining. It's raining heavily right now. So the question is, how much of that rain on track is going to kick up and spray behind the cars? And that's the issue. Any F1 track have a quick dry tarmac? I mean, they all do in a certain sense. I mean, Soapstone dried off in a reasonable way a few weeks ago when we had rain. The big issue is when you get standing water on the track. We are checking website is not working. Have you tried Ferrari.com? Sorry, Tifosis. You know I joke and poke fun at you guys. So the formation lap has started. Thank Pharrell. Got Chicken Wings and XMD Twitch over in Twitch chat. Again, those of you who are on YouTube, you can like and subscribe. Now's a great time. If you go hit the bell, you'll get notification when we go live, and we do that for every session, whether it's for like this weekend, it was for practice as well as to do different quality sessions, the sprint race and now the Grand Prix. We were live also for preseason testing. We'll be live for preseason testing next year as well. There will be 3 sessions. So I know 2 of the 3 sessions for preseason testing will be broadcast on at least on F1 TV. They're behind the safety car to start. They may do a rolling start. I haven't seen that command just yet given. Let me just see if something in. See if anything. Okay, so starting procedure has suspended. It looks like we've gone to a red flag already. This red flag, yeah, we've gone to a red flag. So we've not started, I believe. Red flag already. Yeah. G's in chat for me. It's not the rain, it's the spray coming off the back of the cars that's the issue. G's in chats for me again. Again, those who are new to the channel, recently devotees to the channel, I am your harbinger of red flags. I earned that because, I basically, I've been doing practice for several years, and when anything happens in practice, it's a red flag. Why is it a red flag? Because they're suspending the start procedure because there's too much rain on track to drive right now. Yeah, this is again Spa 2021 flashback, unfortunately. So right now, everyone is pitting. That's what the red flag is going to force them to do. I don't know when we will be starting this race. As it stands right now, I believe that basically they have not started the race, so the timer for this race has not kicked on just yet. Right now, yeah, that means no points for anyone if the race gets canceled. Again, that the last time a race was actually canceled was Imola, when basically the area flooded from so much rain. And we're talking not like the rain we're seeing right now. We're talking like massive amount of rain. The F2, F3 paddock area actually got flooded. Paula says, I hope this doesn't clash with the Lioness game day. Which Lioness team are we talking about here, Paula? Why is the red flag? Because no, it's because this is race control has decided that it is too dangerous to start racing right now. We have a suspended start procedure, and that is a red flag by that definition. It's a red flag scenario. Why is no one using wets? Because by the time you get to where you could use the wets, they basically the spray that comes up from behind the cars makes visibility absolutely nigh impossible. Why does this track doesn't have the quick drying tarmac? No, it's still raining hard. Yeah, I mean, it has good drainage. It has improved a lot of a lot of drying, drying and drainage has improved here at this track, but it is just raining. So none of that equipment would be, we've got to wait for the rain to officially stop. Khalilum saying that when it rains, Max rains. That's a nice rhyme right there. Thank you. No one's going for blue tires. Again, when you go to get to those blue tires right now, there's too much spray coming off the cars for them to be racing effectively. Again, what's the weather forecast in Belgium right now? Is that right now there is a moment where it has stopped raining, but there look like there may be some more rain coming in a little bit. Again, we're waiting for the track to dry off a little bit more because there's too much standing water on the track effectively, and that's going to kick up when they drive. And it's that spray behind the car that's going to make visibility impossible. It's not F1. It's something that F1 is looking at and is trying to figure out what they can do. No, it's not just the young drivers as what. It's not just the rookies. I mean, this would have been an issue if we didn't have rookies. There's so many rookies this year. Will there be an extra formation lap? Yes, Nightmare. It will be very likely that they will drop a lap on the race. It's either that or they'll allow them to refuel. Can you tell me what happened? Why is Stroll 16? The other drivers have changed their, but the race hasn't stopped. Hasn't started specifically. So basically, I can tell you right now that Sainz, Hamilton, Antonelli, and Alonso are pit lane starts for this race. Now they may be allowed onto the grid after with the restart. But they were officially pit lane starts when we started, and so that moved Stroll up from 20 to 16. Again, a lot of you are saying, "Are you getting 2021 vibes?" When we uh, did not have a race at all. They did a couple laps under safety car, and then came in, did a red flag, and they basically suspended the race. And that's how we got the half points with Hamilton and Max Verstappen. Oh, okay. The Lioness you guys are talking about with the England women's football team. Okay. Albin Radio says they're expecting heavy rain in 9 minutes. I think they actually do turn off the cars, Kingsley. They will restart them, obviously. I mean, they basically brought them into the pit lane, and all the drivers have gone out of their cars. Ollie Behrman, he has his helmet off. Sainz was just walking through the pit lane. George was in the garage a few minutes ago, so they are out of their cars at this point. What the heck are awnings? Basically, awnings and a covering. F1 is so high tech. Don't they have a track drawing process? They do. That's a track by track process, though. Um, but it's been raining, so we're waiting for the track to dry off as it is right now. I don't think they have. I know in the United States here at super speedways, so these are the oval tracks specifically. They do have vehicles which they'll run across the track to blow and dry the track. It's a process of some heat and some like high powered jet engines basically blowing air onto the track to push water. And they literally have multiple vehicles in a staggered. So one will push to the next one, and the next one will push it to the next one, and then off the track. Why do I feel like what happened? It's just raining too much. I'm just looking right now. They're showing a replay of Lando going by, and he's kicked up and he's now doing on the formation lap. He's kicked up a amount of spray up above like two, 3 times the height of the car, and that's the formation lap. Starbite, it's too dangerous to race right now. They literally can't see with the spray that would be coming off the cars. Thirty, 40 minutes is a reasonable amount of delay because they expect to get another rain, a cell of rain in another like 5 to 10 minutes. Looking right now, fingers crossed, Ferrari doesn't forsake Lewis Hamilton again. It's wet. It's wet. The champ is hard to deny. He is starting 18th from the pit lane. Well, we'll see if they'll put him on the grid after this point. Yeah, but safety wasn't the same as it was in the 80s. Like Greg Nichols is pointing, in the 80s they used to race in the rain. Yeah, but they do race in the rain still here. It's just safety is just a bigger concern than it was in the 80s. It's not that it's not raining now; is that we're going to get more rain in about 5-10 minutes. Alonso Antonelli Hamilton have new power units. What does science have? That's a good question. Let's go look up the F1 documents. So if you guys Google F1 um, decision documents, you'll see like if when drivers get penalties, whatnot. So we've got four infringements: car 14, car 12, car 44, PU elements, and then car 55. This is Carlos Sainz. He broke parc ferme. Williams changed the mechanical and aerodynamic setup of car 55 on parc ferme, not in accordance to the rules. Therefore, required to start at the pit lane accordance Article 40.9b, which is the rules regarding this. Car 14. Let's see. So Alonso has taken his fifth ice unit, fifth turbocharger, fifth MGU. So there's the motor generator unit heat and the motor generator kinetic. He's taken fifth of each of these. Were replaced without approval of FI technical directive during parc ferme. So he basically broke parc ferme as well. Required to start from the pit lane. So that's Alonso's car. Car 12, Kimi Antonelli, fifth ice, turbocharger, heat, and kinetic as well. So again, broke parc ferme, place units, pit lane start. And Hamilton's car. Hamilton's got a lot. So he's taken his fifth ice, fifth turbocharger, fifth motor generator unit, MGU-H, that's the heat, the MGU-K, which is kinetic, his third energy store, his third control electronics, his sixth exhaust engine exhaust system. Wow, that's 7 different pieces of the car were replaced overnight. They were all replaced without approval of a technical delegate during parc ferme. Therefore, he's broken parc ferme. Result: start race from pit lane. So those are what's been changed. Cars that broke parc ferme. Nothing else to report again. Pit lane incident, Stroll and Hulkenberg. That was an infringement, but they basically was a reprimand on Hulkenberg. There were infringements. Driving unnecessarily slow, but those were again more reprimands than anything else. Yeah. As it stands right now, the drivers are out of their cars right now. Skipper over in Twitch chat says that Lico Noda and Aaron Stanner were driving for more safety in the sport. They saw the madness, putting drivers in lethal danger. Lauda was severely burned after a crash. Senna died in another crash. Lauda kept working with safety in the sport until his passing. Stroll get a penalty for changing his rear wing during wet. No, he didn't change his ring. Stroll did not get a penalty, did not break parc ferme. Why is there a red flag? Basically, the track is not in a safe condition to race on right now. due to how much rain dropped, and it's not dry enough to race without spitting a wall of spray behind each of the cars, and that makes no visibility for each of the drivers. So I mean, Lando would have visibility, but no one else would. Can we go to notification when it starts via YouTube? No, I don't think we can. The notification that you get from YouTube is when we start our stream. Again, you are listening to the Racing Statistics channel. This is Grash with you here, your harbinger of red flags. We are under a red flag condition. The race has not started because it is not safe to do so. They started the formation lap under the safety car, and it was evident within the first sector that they would not be able to race. Why is Max fourth? Because that's what he qualified, which is second row. Yeah, guys, don't joke about the weather. Don't joke about tornadoes. I actually live in Tornado Alley in the United States, and they're not something to joke about. We are right now waiting for the next cell of rain to go by, and then for the track to clear up significantly after that. Tornado Alley. So this is basically the Midwest. This starts down in Texas, where I'm at, and then you move up through Oklahoma to Wisconsin and Illinois. The Midwest. You can go far west as northwest as Minnesota. And it's tornadoes are. You said Illinois is wrong, dude. I'm not a Cubs fan, so don't start with me. Red Sox fan. Not happy that who went to the Cubs. Doesn't matter right now. Anyways, there is no confirmed time for the race start. We are now just right now waiting. Race control. Okay, I see what you guys were saying in Twitch chat about awnings may be used. That's a race control message. So basically, coverings is what they're talking about. That's what they're referring to. They can put a covering over the car because of the rain. Phil Bender said a pit lane start. Again, he did break parc ferme. I mean, that's why you do a pit lane start. And he was in the back of. He didn't qualify that great, if I remember. So I mean, they put in a new engine. Again, this is Grash Chorizo. Again, I'm living right now in the state of Texas. I'm actually from the New England area, so that's the Boston area. So I lived east of New York City, effectively. The race hasn't started. Formation One memes. If they decided to cancel the race right now, I believe that no one would get any points. Why don't they start the race? Because it's still not safe to do so. There's an interesting call. Today's F1 is so watered down. It's a scam. Wonder how they could sell those tickets. No race with 2 drops of rain. Give me $100. and I will drive now. $1,000, dude. It's not 2 drops of rain. I mean, they did cancel the F3 race earlier today. He says, "Why not ask Aaron who's the best driver from your country?" From F1, it'd still be Mario Andretti's the best F1 driver from the United States. No, they're not going to race tomorrow. They'll cancel the race. This is not like NASCAR where they'll delay and they'll race the next day. F1 doesn't do that. They will cancel the race. Got over 700 likes so far on YouTube. Thank you so much. We got 57 of you watching right now on Twitch. Thank you so much. Again, those who are watching on Twitch, whether it's YouTube, whether it's TikTok, Facebook Live. And some of you will be watching after the fact on demand. Thank you. Will the race be canceled? Don't know right now. I suspect that we might get a race, and they do have a vehicle on track right now that is blowing the water off from one side of the track to the other. Normally, you see like 4 of them out. It's only one on track right now. You normally see like a row of like 4 or 5 of them across, so they get the whole track in one sweep. I know that's common here in the United States, particularly at super speedway. So Indianapolis has that. Mid Ohio, I think, has it as well. So this is a track equipment. Did they run for a lap earlier before they went back to pits? They went on. So specifically, they started the formation lap, and then in the middle of the formation lap, they decided to abort the start sequence and red flag. So why not? If it was soccer, the match would be postponed. Yeah, but it's a soccer match, and it's they can move the match around for various reasons. It's not in the same way as here that they have a calendar they have to keep to. And we did see your question the first time. Throwing in another 15 times does it's spamming chat. So come on, people, pay attention. Be polite. I have a weird idea. The wet tires are bigger, right? No, they are not bigger. They are not. They are not bigger. They are the same size as the slicks, but there will be less ground effect just by the fact of the rain itself. So we are under officially a rain delay. That's what F1 TV is showing right now. How do you watch? ESPN Plus won't let me. I am using F1 TV, and if you have if F1 TV is accessible to you, it's your best option. And I'm not here promoting it because they pay me. It's because that's I've used other services. I've used ESPN Plus. I've used F1 TV. F1 TV has been the best service out of I've no hands down. I mean, the easiest, best way to watch F1. I don't particularly like the Sky Sports stream, and ultimately they have a different broadcast team from the Sky Sports team. I think they refer to the Sky Sports as their international. So, love. So again, they've got Julian Palmer, Alex Brundle, doing in this one more. So they've got a better. I feel like they're a better team for what I'm looking for out of chat and for a broadcast. And girl, you're from TikTok, bro. Thank you for coming over to Twitch. I know a couple people have come over from TikTok to YouTube as well. So thank you. Superno, I'd like the FI to get the tracks resurfaced to have the intense rain turn into groundwater instead of flooding on the surface layer or waterboarding and the people the waterboarding the people there. Blech. Sorry. They are working on the different tracks to improve them in terms of rain. It's just when it's a heavy downpour, and again is now another heavy downpour on TV. There's you've got the water has to go somewhere to start. We're right now officially in a race delay. It's a rain delay, specifically from race control. Yeah, I guess hold off from predicting whether the race will be um, canceled right now. Right now, we are just in a rain delay. So with that wording, we expect them to start again, maybe in the next 30 minutes or so. Strawberry Stroll is going to win. Aston on hard tires finished the race. Interesting. We got Poot in Twitch chat, first time chatter. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming. Again, this is Grashariza. I am your commentator for what would be a race if it was active right now. We are right now in a rain delay, waiting for the rain to pass and the track to dry up so we won't have a massive level of spray. Again, this is the Race Statistics channel. Again, we're in a rain delay. Boss is pointing out, we do have a website where you can check out where you'll find interesting charts there. One of the charts that we produce, particularly after practice sessions, is a comparison between a driver's best lap versus their ideal lap. And we define the ideal lap is by taking their best time from each of their best sector times and making that a lap time that which we call the ideal lap. And some drivers, their best lap is their ideal lap. But so we've got some. I know Oscar, his in FP, no, it's Norris in FP1. There was a gap between Lando's best lap and his ideal lap, which means his best sector times came from different laps. And it is raining very hard right now. It is. They've got a shot right now, and it's very noticeable. So there's a shot down pit lane, and there's all these different, essentially little pop-up tents. Those are what they refer to as awnings. Yeah, I think I'm still under a heat advisory where I'm at, Matt Steve. I'm in North Texas. I'm north of Dallas, and parts around me have hit over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. What is? Yeah, so that's about 37 degrees, 37.7 degrees Celsius is 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's again, that's hot. This morning when I woke up, it was 26 degrees, 26.6, so almost 27 degrees Celsius when I woke up this morning. And it didn't drop below 27 degrees this night, so that's again hot, hot, hot. Monday will be hotter. Yeah, it's just welcome to summer. The pattern is the pattern's basically right now is for a hot cap over the United States. If the race is canceled, do teams who took engine penalties need to start from the pit lane at the next race? I don't believe so, David. I think they have effectively taken those pit lane penalties. And the Red Bull team is making tea. They've got cups of tea. They've got tea. Very, very British of them. Will this race get canceled or a shorter race time? Well, right now the race did not start. So the clock. So what happened in 2001 is that they did start the race, and then they red flagged it. In this scenario, they did not start the race, so the clock did not start officially. They went on the formation lap, but they didn't go any further. Actually, trying to get you North Alabama or South Alabama. That's going to be a big difference because Southern Alabama is by the coast, the Gulf Coast, and you're going to get humidity there. Where North Alabama, several hours inwards, whereas like again, I'm near Dallas, I'm several hours inwards. I don't get the same level of humidity, so I get a drier heat, which is much more manageable. Unfortunately, I'm by a lake, so I get that humidity off the lake. If the race gets canceled, do they get points based on their positions in the grid? No, because they didn't start the race. In this case, they will not get points because the race did not start at all. Poor fans who are there. No, don't feel bad for the fans. They're having a blast. They're having fun in the stands, so don't worry about them. They're dancing with their flags. Is Tifosi with their Ferrari flag turned backwards. That's so weird. There's a fan with oh, it's a pillow. I thought it was like a fat head. No, they brought a pillow of Max Verstappen's face, and they're above. I think they're above they're in the pit lane stands, and they've got that Max Verstappen pillow. Yeah, F1 fans are really cool. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I give Tifosi's gruff, and I give some of the Orange Ari gruff, but I mean they're actually really really cool fans. So Gasly is thinking that they'll restart in about 15, 20 minutes. And this is a replay from I don't know how long ago. I think we're more in a case that the race will start at some point, just not maybe by the top of the hour. What happened to the grid lineup? There were four cars that were pulled, broke park Ferme. That would be Sainz, Hamilton, Antonelli, and Alonso. They broke park Ferme, so they were pit lane starts. Now they did come out for the formation lap, and I think for the restart they may allow them onto the grid. Why is the race delayed? It's a rain delay, Clement. It's too much rain right now to drive safely without having a cloud of spray coming off the back of the cars. I mean, that's what happened with I think Isaac at Silverstone is that he just couldn't see. He hit Antonelli because he couldn't see his car. Yeah, I think we're okay, again. Let's give it about 20 minutes. We'll see where they're at. Get any ideas when the race might start? We're looking at maybe at top of the hour ish in terms of when it might start. If the race got canceled, the drivers would have half of the points. No, they wouldn't have any points because the race didn't start. So we got to sit down. The race did not start at all, and for that reason, it would basically a canceled race. So no points would be given. It's when the race starts and then they red flag it. If they don't resume the race, based on how far they went, they would get a certain amount of points for the race, a percentage of the points for the race. If the race gets canceled, will Norris win? No, because again, the race did not start, so it would be not. It would be a full cancellation of the race. It's not. Again, you guys are talking about when the race is suspended. See, the race was not suspended; it did not start at all. That's the difference. What we're dealing with right now in Spa in 2001, the race did start and it was suspended. Whereas here, the race did not start at all. So again, F1 TV is right now going down the pit lane with what looks like a drone. It is raining hard right now. All of the cars have tents over them effectively. Those are called the awnings, is the correct term for what they are. And they're basically a tent. Most of the time when the term awning is used, it is typically a covering that's from the side of a building going over. And it's something that can, here in the United States, a lot of awnings can be retracted in, so you don't have that out all the time. Would everyone's decision be a DNS? I don't know if it would be listed as a DNS for everyone. I don't know it would apply to everyone as a DNS because the race didn't happen. I think in this case, if they didn't start the race at all, then it would just be no race happened. Right now, as it is a race, we're looking at the next point where we will have a good idea where things were going. We'll be in about 15 minutes. Crowds enjoying the cameras on them. Got shots of people who don't realize the camera's on them. If the race is canceled, will it be postponed to another weekend? No, it won't be. This would be in the same way as Imola a few years ago, where it flooded. They just could. They did not have the race at all. Again, as it stands right now, we have not started the race at all. Any news want to start? No new news as of right now from race control. We have no idea. They have not listed anything in terms of when this might start. And again, as it stands right now, we have a very heavy rain on the track at the moment. What happens to points if there's a cancellation? Again, as I've been saying, there won't be any points issued because the race did not start. Points are given out if the race had started and they suspended the race. That's not what has happened here. In this case, we have not started at all. F1 is starting in race, can't race under rain. That's not true. They do have wet tires now. And they've had a wet race with wet tires and under the aero streets. Pitch ramp on. This is it. I'm so annoyed because this red flag will not end. My apologies for being the harbinger of red flags. Didn't if I tell when it's going to start? I don't believe so right now. Let me just see. Let me take another check. One of the tools that I use is a website called F1 Dash. It's F1 Dash Dash as a website name. So it's F1 Dash.com. Yeah, no, the last four messages was DRS was disabled, starting procedure presented, they red flagged it, and then awnings may be used. So. So we're never racing with rain in F1? No, we're never racing with heavy rain. And that's what we're dealing with right now. There's a heavy amount of rain on the track at the moment. Those who are getting the Spa 2021 flashbacks, you have every right to be getting flashbacks. Now, granted, the one difference is that we did not start the race, and whereas in 2021, they did. Starbase says, is Alonso washed? Well, with that rain, he would definitely get a shower. Yeah, guys. Some of you are getting hit by the bot because you're saying something with a you're using the period and you've got text on both sides of it. And I know some of you are using like names. Like I know Hans, you use K.Sauber. That's what got you, because when you do that, the bot thinks you're putting a URL into chat. And I know it's not the best way to program the bot, but that's just how it is. Looks like Infector 7 needs an update to that fact now. Got Andrew Dumas, member for 13 months. Thank you, man. I haven't seen you in a while. Tuning in from my new apartment. Hi from Hanoi. Oh, that's cool. That's cool that you moved, my friend. So there's less rain right now on track. One of the kick guys is offering a cookie to a cameraman. Race is not canceled. Back over. Ferrari fan, they say the rain will stop in an hour. That was a while ago, though. They were saying that about 50 minutes ago. So why red flag? We're waiting for our track to get back into a better position. Needs to be drier and less rain. Yeah, things are starting to look better. There's still rain in parts on the track, so we're waiting for that. When did the rain share stop on the radar? I don't know what the radar looks like right now. Again, we are in a rain delay as it stands. Already keeping drivers safe, but the F1 movie had Crashgate all over it. Not Crashgate, it was Wingate, more exact. For those, again, at this point, F1 has been out several weeks now, so if you've not seen it, warnings, I'm going to point out a few things that happened in the film. In one race, basically, Sonny Hayes, which is the character played by Brad Pitt, destroys his wing so that debris ends up on track that forces a yellow flag. And he does that multiple times in one of the races. And that ends up getting his other teammate up into position so he can get a point. He finishes 10th in that race, and that gets the team their first point. That would be Plan C for Chaos that you'll hear from that film. And that was hilarious. The F1 movie is a fairy tale. It's a fairy tale, guys. Let's be honest. That's why it's. I know that the allegations of cheating, which they are, but the cheating basically. I mean, Sonny Hayes is cheating. Plan C is for chaos, which is okay. We're gonna cheat. We're gonna do things that would pull you into the Stewart's room. Clancy collecting yeah, that's the other thing is he would have uh, easily multiple instances of collecting penalty points. He'd be easily 9, like after that first race, he'd be like around 9-10 points on his license. Let's get back. So it's fun, it's full of shenanigans. That is true. It's a fairy tale, and what I mean by that is that when you look at Sonny Hayes, his motivation as a character is that he goes after a race to win it because he is a dragon slayer. And so the first race that they see is the 24-hour of Daytona, and he wins it. And now that he's slain that dragon, he moves on to something else. In fact, after that, his next option was to go to Baja. Sorry, excuse me, the Baja race, because he's never driven there. Again, why does Sonny Hayes join the Apex team? Is because he's given an opportunity to slay the dragon that he never got a chance to, which is F1. And then he wins the race and he moves on. Track is clear. So sun is out on track right now, and it's much warmer. So that is a good indication that we're going to get going sooner. Double yellow on sector 4. So they're looking at a portion of the track. There's something with the track that they want to make sure that is okay. This is them. This is basically looking at the track. I know there's partly procedure here as well. No, IndyCar's not going to start soon. IndyCar's not going to have a warm-up session because at Luna Seca they got fog coming in that over the track, and they couldn't do that a warm-up session before quali yesterday because of that. That's a morning thing. The sun comes out, things warm up, that fog goes away. And so that's the situation that they're dealing with Luna Seca. So there won't be a warm up this morning. The first thing that will happen at Luna Seca will be in about 3 hours. The Indy Next race will take place, and then at 2 p.m. So another 5 hours from now will be the Luna Seca race. They are now taking down the awnings, those tents covering the car. I know Red Bull is taking theirs down around their car. They are taking down those awnings. Oh, it's not that they put the characters in there. There's a whole game mode. So there's I think Racing Point is their story mode in the game. They have a whole story mode based on the film. Uh, yeah, calm down, guys. About the race is gonna happen. It is going to be. We're an hour late from its start. Breaking point. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me on the name of that mode. I don't actually have F125, so it's one of the things I've been considering is picking up either that or um, Evo Corsa um, to potentially play a little bit of racing. No, IndyCar's not starting soon. I don't know where. Yeah, I mean. Guys are getting silly in chat about the race. If the race is canceled, race is not getting canceled, guys. The safety car is out on track. It looks the track looks better. It's not in great condition. There's still some water on the track, but the car's not kicking up the rain, not kicking up a spray that we saw during the formation lap. What happened to using the wet tires? The problem is that the wet tires are only good at a certain point, and when you get to that point, the spray coming off the back of the car is so significant that those blue tires aren't useful anymore. Pace car, safety car, medical car, what do you want to call it? It's the I think it's an Aston Martin with lights on top of it. Yeah, race is still delayed. We're still waiting for an idea. Again, we're looking at the medical car right now. Let's use the correct term. I think that's an Aston Martin. It's green. They're looking at the track and how it's performing based on how that car is driving. And there's less spray coming off that car than I expected. Has there a resume time release? No, not yet. We're still waiting on that. Last thing that we saw from race control was some yellow flags on track where they're dealing with different sectors. Yeah, this is the medical car on track, guys. So, when will the race start? We don't know yet. We don't have an indication of when that will be. We're right now looking at the safety car, the medical car is on track running laps. It's now on a different part. It's now doing different parts of the track. So now it's doing a simulated race run. So where the race line would be, it's now there. Chad, are we allowed to race? If you have a super license, Warren, you can race. All right, moving on. Lambeau saying the race might be timed. No, that's not the case because the race did not start. So the clock did not start. So there is, every race does have a clock. It's a 2-hour clock. And basically, if if the race starts and they get a red flag, and that red flag goes on, then what happens is that it becomes a timed race. Did we do a formation lap? We did do a formation lap. So I do expect one lap will be taken off the cars. I say off the one lap will be taken off the race because they did that formation lap. Is this going to be 2021? No. Way things are moving right now, the sun has come out. Got more fans without a t-shirt than I would like. Moving on. How long will it take? Race will resume at 16:20, so we are 15 minutes away. We now have a race will resume at 16:20 local time. So it'll be 15 minutes to go. Can you overtake turn 1 since the DRS isn't on? You can overtake if you're able to. So 14 minutes to go. 14 minutes to go before we start the race. When the formation is going to start? 14 minutes. Is this going to be a short race? Again, the race did not start, so the timer on this race did not go. So we still have the full two hours for this race. Again, you've got 14 minutes, 13 minutes before we go racing. Our fan been waiting for this race for 2 weeks. All of us have been as well. Got another 12 minutes before we go. Drivers are getting themselves ready for this race. They should use the Lego cars when the humidity is above 85%. We don't need Lego to bring on track. We had that during the Lego race. I do think that might be an error with the translation service. DRS sector. I think that might be because I've seen that message pop up. Supernote F1 25 came out in May 2025. I can't even get the icon edition in a hard copy. It's because at this point games aren't. We don't sell games as hard copies anymore. It's all digital. Even if you get a hard copy, it is basically a code you're going to punch in and download a digital copy of the game. This allows us to do day one patches. Because there was a hard copy release, though. Yeah, but they've already got patches for that game. We've got 10 minutes to go before we start. There we go. We got a better. It is the Grand Prix will start in 10 minutes. Again, under 10 minutes to go for the start. Again, you listen to the Racing Statistics channel. I want to thank the 60 plus who are in Twitch chat. We've got over 4,000 of you now watching here on YouTube. I don't know how many are in Twitch. I mean, not Twitch. I mean, TikTok or other platforms, unfortunately. But wherever you are listening, watching, thank you. Those of you who are now watching after the fact, if you listen to the whole hour, my props to you for having listened that whole hour on demand. We are now 9 minutes to go before the start. Drivers are getting in their cars right now. Fans are in high spirits. They're in the sun now. They got some warmth. Avocado, any incident from Max will get him banned next race. If he gets 3 points from the incident, he has 9 points to his license. So if he only gets 2, he won't be banned. He was at 11 points 3 races ago, but that the 2 of those points have dropped off. And if it's just an incident, if it's an incident, then it's not a penalty, not an infringement. Drivers are getting in the car right now. I believe this is. I think this is Antonelli I'm looking at getting in his car. Lando's getting prepped. Seven minutes, 30 seconds to go before the start of the Grand Prix. This is Gresh right now. Again, this is the Racing Statistics channel. I'm gonna need to get up for a minute or so. I need to refill cups of water. So I've got hydration through this race. So we are at 7 minutes to go before the start. I should be back in about a minute. So if you don't hear anything coming from your speakers, don't freak out. I'll be right back in one moment. Yeah, stay hydrated, everyone. All right, I am back, everyone. Thank you again. This is Crash with you. We got live coverage of the Belgian Grand Prix. Again, we've been in a rain delay for an hour and 15 minutes now. We're now waiting another 5 minutes before we will get started again. Drivers are getting back into their cars and they're getting ready to get going the race. Has stopped raining in the past 20 minutes or so. Track is a green flag right now. We're just now waiting. A start order has been given, and it's going to be in 4 minutes and 40 seconds now. Race will start behind the safety car, so they looks like a looks like a rolling start, which is typical. Really see that here in the United States. IndyCar does a rolling start. I know NASCAR does a rolling start. Laugh for the G, Strawberry. We will spam G's in chat for various reasons. They're being Kimmy just told they expect to be 2 laps behind the safety car. Whether that includes the formation lap, I don't believe so. Yeah, so the only last message from race control: race will start behind the safety car. Why typing G? Because the boss asked us to spam G in chat. 3 minutes to go. Let me just check my stream. Yep, 3 minutes to go before we start. I think you need to add another 30 seconds to your timer, boss. Yeah, guys, we're good. We're good on G's. We're pretty full on G's at this point. Last chance for your bold predictions, and they're going to stop the poll. Poll right now has over 10,000 votes. Who do you think will win the Belgian GP? 14% with Clerk, 21% Oscar, 28% Lando, and 38% of you have gone with Max Verstappen. Oh, it changed 37%. Where did it change? Anyways. Sun is out at Spa right now, and the track is drying. It will start as a wet race, so do not expect DRS to be enabled. Is it going to be a rolling start? I believe so, because the race is starting behind the safety car. I would expect it to be a rolling start rather than a standing start. One minute and 25 seconds left to go before our effectively a second formation lap. We've got 50 seconds to go before our formation lap and the restart of this race. Burton Highlander for the W. And green flag, the Crews are moving away from the cars now. $15. I can see that by green flag, and we are now moving. F1 has Alex Jacques and Jolyn Palmer on commentary. Those who've asked before. Great work on their parts. Alex Brundle is also on that commentary team from time to time, and they do a great job. Will the cars be shown here? No, the formation, the map will be shown. The cars will be shown on the map, but via those icons, and they are moving now. This is not the formation. I believe this is maybe the first lap of the race. We are starting on the formation with the safety car. Track is still wet. Why not going on the wet tires? Because at this point, the wet tires is overkill. Track is wet, but it's not that wet to be using the wet tires. And they're not kicking up a massive spray. There's spots. Oscar saying Oru is still pretty bad. The straight's still pretty bad right now in terms of visibility and what he's reporting. So again, we are starting this race under the safety car. No, race director is not making up his own rules. He has followed the things pretty well. I don't know why the safety car has a number 2 in it on its icon. Yeah, we are not your support for illegal pirate streams. Sorry. And we are now under lap 2 of this race. So they came out of the pits, and that was effectively lap 1. This is now lap 2. So, okay, so there's 3 safety cars. This is the second safety car. Okay, so we've got the safety cars actually labeled. That's interesting. No, they didn't count the first formation lap as lap 1. When they came out of the pits, that was considered lap 1. They are now on lap 2 right now. So the race has started. The clock has moved, and that's one of the things that did not happen with the formation lap. The race did not actually start previously. Why safety car? Track is still wet. We should be seeing the safety car come in next 3 to 5 minutes, maybe. I mean, for the safety car, we're on the second lap with the safety car right now. We could go another lap to 2 to 3 laps, maybe total on the safety car. We're really just waiting for the track to dry up a little bit more, and having the cars on track. And Hamilton said it's drying up pretty quickly, so I suspect end of lap 3, safety car would come in potentially. They don't do a regular start because the FIA is afraid of losing places of McLaren's beloved. No, it's because it's too dangerous to do a standing start. I mean, a regular start. And by having cars go out on track and just drive on track, is helping to dry up the track. But it'll be a standing start? No, it'll be rolling start. We will safety car will come in and they'll go green. Coming around to the line again. So one side of the track is wetter than the other, it seems to be. I think the left side is wetter than the right side. So that's something that's going on at the moment. Not gonna be rain. What happened to the old narrator? He stepped away from the channel. Yeah. Ryan was somewhat burnt out from having done um, several years of the races here on the channel. And he was also in a place in his life where he needed to make changes. Um, he was graduating from college as well. So he was here at the end of the British Grand Prix when Hulkenberg got his podium. So it's not that it's a matter of when he will come back. Yeah, I suspect that he'll come back at some point. Maybe not this year, maybe next year. Again, I wish him well. There's no. I don't hate the guy. I wish him well. I'd like him to come back. That would be nice because I understand why he left. Water's cuts out. Drivers need water wings to help them keep safe. They're working on that, Trey. That's actually something that FIA and F1 are working on. Is basically a tire guard to help cut down on the spray that's coming off the back of those wheels. The problem is that they've tried a couple concepts and they've kind of failed. They haven't been any effective. So. We are now coming to on my screen. They're on lap 4. On my broadcast window of F1 TV, they're at the end of lap 3. Okay, they're on lap 4 now. So they are lap 4 now. They could go. Safety car could come at the end of this lap. It could come in at the end of lap 5. We're getting closer to that point where the safety car will come in. Honestly, it's a bit frustrating. Let them race. Patience is a virtue, unfortunately, my friend. Yeah, this is a. At least we're started. I have noticed that Oscar and Norris are very close to each other, and that there's a gap more of a gap to Leclerc. Leclerc is up there, but there's definitely from Leclerc to Verstappen, there's a bigger gap already. Yeah, Max is 1.5 seconds back. And race control says it will be a rolling start. Effectively, safety car is going to come in and they'll go green. And this is very much how NASCAR and IndyCar starts, basically. So for those of you who are not familiar with what we do over in the United States, this is a very common procedure. In fact, you'll see this in the Prix 400 and the where's IndyCar? IndyCar Laguna Seca today. Both of those races will have a rolling start like you'll see here today within F1, and that's normal for them in general. No one's crashed. We're just started on the safety car. Again, this is Grasher Iza. This is your commentator for this race today. Again, this is the Race Distance YouTube channel, Twitch channel, TikTok, Facebook Live, and on demand. Does NXT do rolling starts? They do as well. Why are teams talking about driving over their grid slot? Because essentially they're going to basically drive. They're not going to their grid slots. So safety car looks like it's coming in. Norris has backed up the field. Yeah, safety car has come in. Track is green. So when they effectively cross the line, the race, they will be going to green. They've gone green already. And Norris is going for it. So as we now start lap 5, they are now under green flag racing. No DRS yet. Track is still, I believe track is still considered too wet for DRS. And you've got Norris leading, and we got Oscar right behind him. No changes in positions right now. But we are racing now in Belgium. So Norris is right behind, Oscar's right behind Norris. And there is then a gap back to Leclerc. Max is up with Leclerc. And Oscar's now making a pass on Norris to take the lead of this race. So Oscar's now leading. We've had our first pass. And Lando didn't really fight that. He kind of let him just go and let him lead. And Oscar's already pulled a second away from Lando, so he's now pulling away. So here we are now. Now this could be strategy with the teams right now. No, Stroll started 16th. Stroll again. Sainz, Hamilton, Antonelli, and Alonso were pit lane starts effectively, and that dropped them down to their positions. That moved for Stroll from 16 to 20th to 16. Borel is being told to go into attack mode. Attack mode. Oscar right now doing a 159 lap time. That's actually we saw early low like 143, 142s, I believe, during practice, and then during the race itself. Definitely 146. So we've got like 13 seconds different right now with the wet track versus that dry track yesterday. Oscar's definitely pulling out a bigger lead, and then we've got Leclerc and Max. We've got that is Russell passing Albon for 5th place. That was a very clean. No, it's not dangerous overtake. It's they just made a good. Russell just made a good overtake on Albon. Bunch just called out on track limits. And we are on lap 6 of 44. 39 laps are left in this race. Got Max stalking Leclerc right now. This would be for P3. Then we've got Russell pulling away from Albon. That's P5, P6. So is P7. Isaac is P8. Lawson is P9. Barlow is P10. These are our current drivers in the points. Racing Bulls and Barlow coming around. Looking at right now. Again, the only changes so far in this race is Oscar has got ahead of Norris and Russell ahead of Albon. Stroll has dropped back to 19th. Sainz, Hamilton, Antonelli getting ahead of Stroll. Right now, as things happening. Again, we're on lap 7 of 44, 38 laps to go. Again, this race started about an hour and 20 minutes late than it should have, again, due to a rain delay. Track is still wet. There is spray off these cars, but it's not significant. It is, it's just a small amount of spray, parts on the track. It's not a wall of cloud that we had an hour ago. Is it raining hard still? No, it's not raining anymore. Boss is asking who will be brave to first switch to slicks that can shake the grid. I don't think we're going to see slicks for a while. The track is still very wet. There's still good amounts of spray coming off those cars. Here comes, I believe it's Hamilton passing Colpino. We've got the at back end of the there's a scrum at the back end of the going in turn 17, 18. I think Hamilton got another 2 places. Science is back to 17th. Antonelli's up a place. Colpino getting back his place for Hamilton. This is Max right now. He's stalking Leclerc, who's ahead of him. One of the things you're going to see is that the cars right now are weaving over across they're not on the racing lane per se, and what they're doing is they're staying on parts of the track that are still wet. That's going to help keep their inters cool and basically not turn them into what they're called interslicks. So this is a way to keep the inters cool with water and keep them in their optimal range as an intermediate tire. Hamilton right now up to the 15th. He started 18th with a pit lane start. Looking at what you guys are saying at the moment. Got Checo's fans, Carlos fans, Hamilton fans, obviously the Max fans in chat. No, Mitch, the term that when intermediates go flat, in terms of lose their treads, they're called interslicks. Hamilton passing Hulkenberg for 14th. The Hamilton Hamilton's the master of coming from behind and making pass after pass. His next car ahead of him is Gasly. He's only half a second, quarter second behind him right now, and charging on him. And Lewis is definitely on a charge right now. He's dropped back to 0.4, 0.3 behind Gasly at the moment. They are around turn 9 into turn 10. As it stands right now, Oscar has passed Norris. He's got a second and a half gap ahead of him. Then Norris has got a 5.25 gap from Leclerc now, and that's holding Max back, who's now within 3/4 of a second. Hamilton passing Gasly for 13th. Next car ahead of him is Behrman, 3 seconds ahead. Gasly's already dropped back a second from Hamilton. Hulkenberg might be passing Gasly in the next moment. Did Lando have a bad start? No, Lando didn't have a bad start. Just Oscar got a better. I think Oscar was allowed to get ahead and allowed him to, and because he's pulled basically more than a second and a half ahead of Lando now. Clerk has fallen back 5.3 seconds, and Max is within 4/10 of Leclerc at the moment. People are feeling bad for Alonso not having a good car right now. Just noted that on lap 9, Borrello had track limits. We are on lap 10. We've got 35 laps to go in this race. Again, this is the Race Statistics Channel, and this is Crash with you with live coverage. The biggest mover so far has been Hamilton up 5 positions. He started 18, is now currently 13th. Now within 2 seconds of Behrman, so he's definitely on a charge right now, making moves. Azu thinks pit stops coming for Slick soon. Soon, within maybe the next 3 laps, maybe. I would think 3-4 laps we might start seeing Slicks. Anyone sooner would be a really early gamble. So right now there's two worlds up front that are up front. There are 2 worlds. We've got Oscar and Norris. We've been about 2 seconds of each other, and then we've got 7 seconds back. We've got Leclerc and Verstappen within each other. 2.5 seconds back is Russell, and then we've got things spread out. Lawson, Borletto, and Isaac are within a little world. Behrman and Hamilton are in their little world at the moment. Hamilton is 1.1 second behind. He's made last time he had 0.9 different gap gains since the last time we looked. Ocon, Behrman, and Hamilton are in the little world at the moment, to be quite honest. And then we've got Colpino, Science, Antonelli, Alonso, and Stroll in their own little world. Williams was saying, insert F1 song, Don Tolliver, Lose My Mind. Great song, by the way. It's actually maybe my favorite song on the soundtrack. Second is Drive by, I'm blanking on who sings the Drive song. But anyways, we've got these little worlds that have formed so far right now in this race. James says that no one crashed on the first lap. Yeah, we've had no incidents, no yellow flags since going green. We've had some overtakes so far. Again, Oscar got past Norris, Russell got past Albon, Bierman has got past Ocon. Matt Hamilton is up 5 places, and Stroll has dropped back 4 places, unfortunately. We're getting our first pits right now. So we got Hamilton, Gasly, Hulkenberg, Alonso. These are the 4 that did pit stop starts. Lawson has just gone ahead of Isaac on track. Hamilton's going to be leading that crew coming out. So it'll be Hamilton, Hulkenberg, Gasly, Alonso in that order coming out. And they have gone to medium tires. So a little sooner than I expected. But Hamilton is on another charge again. He will have to see how they go. I mean, they're in the back of the pack. They were pit lane starts to begin with. So there's, this to take a chance right now. There's no, if it's a great decision, it's a great decision. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. They're still in the back of the pack. So definitely all the teams will definitely be looking at these times right now. I got Hamilton did a 49 coming out. They're doing, again, everyone else is doing 33 seconds in sector 1. Norris is passing because Oscar's coming in. Oscar's coming into pits. They put Oscar on. Oscar's going to a medium tire. And then we've got Leclerc, Verstappen, Russell, Albon, Lawson, Barlow, Behrman. So Norris is staying out, Tsunoda's staying out, Isaac's staying out. Ocon's going to move at 6 based on pits. Fastest second sector 2 is Hulkenberg. Fastest third sector right now is Hamilton. So those tires are starting to turn on. Hamilton is now jumped up to 12th based on pit order. Behrman is 13th. Hulkenberg is 14th coming out. Hamilton passing Barlow to 11th. And he's come up on Lawson. Lawson is just put on medium tires. So Hamilton's going to have an advantage. Those tires are turned on already. Here he comes. Hamilton passing Lawson and Hulkenberg passing Behrman. Again, they pitted earlier already, so these tires are turned on now. Gasly, 32.2 sector 1 time. He's again one of the 4 that pitted first. So it took a lap, but those medium tires have turned on. So it's going to leave See, Lando did a 33. Is he pitting? Yeah, Lando was going to pit. Oscar's going to inherit the race lead based on that pitting. Tsunoda is still on the intermediate, so is Isaac. It's just a matter of they should have pitted. They're going to go another lap on those intermediate. No, Isaac did pit. Tsunoda did pit. Just took a moment to indicate that. Leclerc, Verstappen, I think Russell are going to pass them on track. They may fall back further more. Hamilton is up to 7th now. He's got the fastest second and third sector. Gasly's at the fastest first sector. Again, the guys who pitted first actually. Oh, they put Norris out on a hard tire. So Tsunoda's going to come out 11th. Isaac's going to come out 15th. Ocon's going to come out 19th. Those are the. If everyone has pitted for slick tires now, so we are under a slick race now. Yeah, Norris is on hard. I suspect they're going to go 30 laps on those hard tire. They think they're going to do one. They're going to go to the end of the race. That's the only reason you go to the hard. Why is Lando on the hard? Because ultimately, it's an alternate strategy. They could potentially do a one stop here where everyone else potentially has another stop because the medium won't go 30 laps. We'll see. Yeah, and this is one of the things in play here is that the hard tire is a C1 compound. That medium compound is a C3. They jumped a compound for this race, and that's going to come in. That is now come into play. If Norris wins this race by the virtue that he doesn't have to pit again, that compound jump is going to be one of the factors why. So McLaren has split their strategy. They're the only team to split strategy here. So right now, where things stand right now, we've got Oscar leading, and he's got a 9-second gap on Norris. Norris has a 5-second gap back to Leclerc, and he's on a hard tire. It looks like tires. Something weird has gone with the tire chart because it shows Max having done a double medium. He's only pitted once. Same with Lando. So something's odd has happened with the tire chart. No, Norris will beat Oscar Pace. Yes, but he's not. They've already decided they're not going to play on. They're going to play this differently. Norris right now is on a hard tire, and Oscar's going to be on a medium. So the goal here right now is actually for Norris to make a charge so that he can get. He has to get a gap of about 20 or so seconds. Was DNS enabled? Let me just check the race control. Yeah, as of lap 12, we have a DNS has been enabled. I did miss that. The DNS, the Dragon's reduction system, that was enabled 4 laps ago. DRS is enabled, everyone. That is interesting. So the metric right now we're looking at up front is the gap, that the interval or gap is going to be the same because it's 1-2. Oscar needs a gap of 20 seconds in order to get a free pit stop. Anything less than Norris could take the lead based on Oscar having to pit again. I'm not sure what happened to Ocon. He has dropped back to 20th. Right now, Max has the fastest lap right now, though right now Oscar's putting a fastest sector 2. Russell has the fastest first sector. Oscar just took fastest lap from Max, a 147.694. No, Norris is not going to burn his hearts. That's the whole point. He's going to go for the distance on these hearts. He is keeping up pace with his teammate right now. There's only about 0.2 difference between him and Lando the Oscar. Charles Leclerc hits the fastest lap, 147.5. That's about 0.2 faster than Oscar and 3.5 faster than Norris. Behrman up to 13th. Antonelli up to 16th. Passes on track. Oscar setting another fastest second sector. Behrman setting the first sector. Norris taking that from his teammate. So Norris is keeping up with Oscar right now. And I think this is maybe a function of having cleaner air. You know, the gap between Oscar and Norris is big enough that Norris is going to have cleaner air right now. Oscar setting the fastest lap, 147.251. We'll see how his teammate comes in. He's going to take it from him. So the gap is about 0.3. So Norris is using his tires at the moment, staying with about the same pace, same distance, same gap in time to his teammate right now. We've got Leclerc P3, Verstappen P4, and we've got Russell now within DRS range of Max. Will Oscar pit again? I believe Oscar's on a 2-stop strategy that he will pit again. And I think Lando won't pit again. Just to illustrate, did Oscar take the lead from Lando? Yes, he did. He managed to pass him legitimately on track before he pitted. Again, they were on intermediates at that time. They're now on slick tires. Lando, the only one on a hard tire at this point. Things have stabilized. There's some gaps right now. Leclerc is 5 seconds back. Verstappen is 2 seconds back. Russell 1.5 seconds back. He was in DRS range a few minutes ago. Albon's 1.5 back. Hamilton within a second of Albon. We'll see if he gets in DRS range in a moment. Lawson is 5.5 seconds back from Hamilton. Hulkenberg is up second, and Bordello is within DRS range. We do have a train with Sonoda, Behrman, Alonso, and then a train that is Colapino, Antonelli, Stroll, Isaac, and Sainz. So those are our little worlds right now as we race. We are on lap 19 of 44. 26 laps to go. Oscar setting a new fastest lap, 146.865. And he's got the fastest second sector on that lap. Stroll right now, fastest first sector on his current lap. And DRS has been enabled since lap 12. I know this is a little, I know as things stand again. The big thing right now we're looking at is the gap from Lando to Norris. And that's been stable without, actually it's gone down. It was 9 seconds, it's now 8.4. It's going to be 8.3 and 8.6 now. So Lando is advancing on his teammate. Another fastest second sector for Lando on these hard tires. Scotch Canage in chat. Scones and extra butter, my friend. Sign says he's got understeer, turn 880. I assume that's 8. And Denelli fast first sector, 30.8 is that lap time. And again, Norris setting a new fastest lap, 146.344. And the gap is now at 8.2. So another 10th off Oscar. As it stands right now, again, we've got Oscar leading, Norris is second, Leclerc is third, Max is fourth, Russell is fifth, Albon is sixth, Hamilton is seventh, Alonso eighth. Bordello just passed his teammate Hulkenberg for ninth. Hulkenberg is now 10th. Bordello has a lap advantage on him on those tires. And Antonelli just passed Colapino for 15th. Another fastest first sector for Antonelli. Again, this is Grash here with live coverage of the Belgian Grand Prix at Spa. It has been raining. It was a wet race, and we were delayed over about 80 minutes before we got racing again. F1 TV showing a replay of Antonelli passing Colapino. Right now, people are looking at Oscar will manage pace. Again, Oscar's on a medium tire and Lando's on the hard. Lando's the only one on a hard tire, so he's on a separate strategy from everyone else. Hamilton right now 7th. He's 2.2 back from Albon at the moment. He was closer. Isaac is now pitting at 2.8 stop. Isaac's going to drop. That's going to drop into the back of the field. Isaac on a hard tire now. I could have done that 10 laps ago and it would have worked. What's the gap, Norris to Oscar? Right now, the gap is 1.8. It's another 10th for Norris on his teammate. Last lap, Oscar did a 146.4. And Norris just did a 146.5, so it's a tenth gain, about a tenth difference on that last lap between Oscar and Norris. But it's an 8.1, 8.2 gap right now between the two. It was 9 seconds at one point. You guys are saying in chat right now. Yeah, there's nothing illegal about those McLarens. Yeah, there's nothing illegal on those McLarens. Is tire history bugged? Yeah, tire history is bugged. You kind of have to add the two columns. Like again, Norris is on about 9 laps. Oscar's been 12 laps on the medium tire. And that's a glitch upstream. That's nothing that we can really do about. It's basically a glitch in how F1 is reporting out the data information. Looking, can't believe Albon can't catch Albon. Albon's been charging a while on those medium tires. Albon has a few laps advantage on him right now. It could be that really more. I would say Hamilton is just managing the tire right now for another charge later on. To be quite honest. Uh, yeah, I mean Norris has dropped back about 2 tenths. He was like 8.1, but again, we got to keep in mind that where it's like an 8.4 gap now, he was 9 seconds back for. So there's a 6 tenths difference between the two. So it's just basically that Oscar just got another fastest lap, 146.3, where Lando did a 146.44. So that's a 1.4 difference in those lap time in that time. Possible rain, not anymore. I believe we're done with rain in this uh, for this race at this point. It did rain again 2 hours ago. Again, it gave us an 80 minute, an hour and 20 minutes delay, which basically they came out of the pits and that was the first lap behind the safety car. We had about 4 or 5 laps on the safety car before we have gone green. No yellow flags since then. Bill Comey saying, get rid of battery. That's not going to happen. Get rid of DRS. They are next year. DRS will be gone next year. And instead, they will have what's called active aero. Is Max Holding back? I think he is. I think he's managing tires right now. He's kept a consistent pace to Leclerc right now. It's about 2.6. He was closer, but this is within reasonable pace. I don't think he's falling that far back. Again, we've got a gap of 16 seconds from Leclerc to Oscar at this point. Is this a game or is this live reel? This is live reel. They are racing live right now in Spa. So class size, I have no idea on that active arrow yet in grass. Think that rather than having DRS, that the function of DRS is there. It's just that it will open up on straights automatically and then close for downforce on corners. So there won't be any DRS games, DRS train anymore going next year. Just looking right now at some of the conversations. Hamilton was asking what was Lawson doing. It was interesting that he's cruising around the car behind him that's almost 10 seconds back. Whereas he is within 2 seconds ahead, 2 seconds of Albon now. He's actually moved. We are on lap 25 of 44, 20 laps to go in this race right now. Already past the halfway mark. Again, this is the Racing Statistics channel. This is Grash with you live. Coverage of this race. Chris Power, other cars would be actually the same in terms of performance. I mean, even if they were, I mean, you're asking for a spec series. I mean, that's what NASCAR and what IndyCar are doing. But even with that, spinning up the car that's different that each team will do. So I mean, what you're asking for is a exactly same car, which is not possible. But if you're really looking for cars that are more similar to each other, then IndyCar is where you want to go. NASCAR is where you want to go. Go look at F2, look at F3. Those are all the same cars. That's what you're asking for. But F1's not. F1, each car is, each team is building their car individually. Every team has their own chassis. Not my mic. It's my throat at the moment. Give me a sec. I don't know what to tell you. Refresh the stream. Usually better. If you guys are getting lag, refresh your stream. Yeah, Isaac. I don't know why they repit. He's pit twice, which is why he's dropped to the end of the end. The assumption is that several cars ahead of him will pit, and he will gain time and position when they all pit. But he's 22 seconds back. He really needs to be, well, now 17 seconds back. He needs to be really more like 10 seconds or more. He needs to be charging on those tires. Sainz pitting right now. He's going to a hard tire to the end of the race. I don't know if I would. Yeah, I mean, he's going to go hard to the end of the race. Gap between Oscar and Norris right now is now back to now over 9 seconds. So Oscar has made a charge now. Is now making a bigger gap between him and his teammates. Clerk is now back 8.4 seconds, and the Verstappen is now 3.2 2.4, which is about, he's been consistent with about that 2.2 to 2.5 second range behind Leclerc. Russell is now 5 seconds, over 5.5 seconds back. Albon 3 seconds back. Hamilton another 1.3 back. He's been consistent within that 1.3 range right now. Lawson's fallen 10.7 back. Barrel is 1.5 back. Hulkenberg is 4.8 back, and these are the intervals from driver to driver I'm talking about. Tsunoda, so Gasly, Tsunoda, Bam, and Antonelli are a train right now. Alonso is outside of that train by about a second. Stroll is 4 seconds back. Colapino is 5 seconds back. Ocon is Sainz is 16 seconds back, and Isaac is 1.7 back. So we've got that world a double pit after the intermediates. Sainz and Isaac are now in that world where they've pitted twice. Black and white flag for car 55 Sainz track limits. That means, and he's had multiple. This means he's got multiple track limits violations on him during this race. My opinion, which McLaren driver do you think will get the driver's title? I think it has actually going to be Oscar. I think the issue is that Oscar is going to outperform Lando as he has been, and he's going to get the driver's champion. That's just the gut feeling right now. I think it's going to take something big between those two, like another incident between those two, to force Lando to get ahead of Oscar right now. Seeing a lot of people saying that rain isn't coming, but when is the better question. Some are like it's going to come like really soon. Some of you like at the end of the race. We've got 16 laps to go. So some of you are like in the next 5. Some are going to be like in the next 12 laps. I have not seen anything on F1 TV in terms of like showing like a radar for rain. And this is one of the McLarens. This is Colapino pitting for another medium. He's going to come out behind Sainz. Lewis is pushing right now. He is now in DRS range of Albon. So I sort of expected this to happen sooner, like 10 laps ago, to be quite honest. Question over in Twitch chat: is it true that Max is going to be at Mercedes? No. Ferrari fan. The question is, Max is more likely going to be staying. And that was a better question 2 weeks ago. Right now, the way things are going is that Max is going to stay with Red Bull through next year at least, because it's a gamble to make that. And here comes in Alonso. Alonso was one of those drivers who was a pit lane start. And he does a 3.3, which is a slow. And he's going on medium tires. So people pitting now are going on to medium tires to the end of the race. What's up with tire history? Tire history's borked. I really don't know what to tell you, my friend. That's something that's coming. It's not something we can control. It's something that's coming from upstream from the F1 data points. Hello, Ali Renee. First time chatter over in Twitch chat. Alonso's going to come out 17th onto the grid. And Norris is a new fastest lap, a 145, and he's gained back to the 8.2 mark behind his teammate. So he's gained almost about 9/10 to a second on his teammate. Yeah, 14 laps to go. Right, Oscar and Norris right now in the second sector. Backsuit for one of the first-time chatters in Twitch chat. Thank you. Just looking at what you guys are saying. Any questions you have? I'm putting my name in the chat. If you guys have any questions, you can use that at Grashariza to, again, both YouTube and Twitch. You can use that to highlight my name so I can see what you're asking cleaner. Question from Twitch chat: does Lando need to pit again, and does Oscar need to pit again? Oscar probably could pit again if he can get a bigger gap. Norris does not, because he went to a hard. Jiggly. We got a lot of new first-time chatters here in Twitch. Much bigger crew here on Twitch than I expected. Thank you, everyone. Can Oscar go to the end? Oscar could, if he manages his tire. It's possible, but he'd have to be a tire whisperer and have to manage his tires to the end. Norris does not, because he went to the hard tire. Again, the hard tire this weekend is a C1 compound, and Oscar's on a medium tire, which is a C3 compound. So there's a big jump between those two compounds. Which 25 rookies will get their first F1 win? I don't think any of them are going to get a win. I think of the two, again, if we're looking in 2027, we're looking at Antonelli, we're looking at Isaac are the two, and maybe Behrman are the three rookies that are probably primed to get a win in that. Those are the three I would pick in terms of getting their win. I would also say, I might say Antonelli first, Isaac second, and then Behrman third in that particular order. So, but they're definitely the next generation of F1 talent. Time Turner Anna, and then Ballistic. Firm, the Twitch stream is fine, no issues here. Yeah, the issues of lag were coming from YouTube chat, so it wasn't you guys. Another first-time chatter, Chevy Lowrider. Thank you, guys. Hamilton going to make the pass on Albon. He's much closer. He's about just a little more than half a second behind Albon right now. So he's much closer than he's been for a while now. Ryan Lamline, do you see Anthony Behrman becoming world champion one day? Yeah, but we're looking like talking about maybe 2030 and beyond for them to become world champion. I think we've got time for them to develop to that world champion like Max needed to. Yanni says, I believe that the wet races conditions will help 25 rookies get their first F1 win. Actually, that's the exact opposite, Yanni. The wet races have actually hindered them. Hulkenberg came in the pit 3.4 stop. He is now 14th on a medium tire. We've got 12 laps to go right now. It'll be 11 in a moment as Oscar comes to the line. We'll be on lap 34 of 44 with 11 laps to go. Ocon has passed Hulkenberg. Again, those medium tires are been taking about a lap to get up to speed. Lando pushing hard now. Yeah, Lando is pushing hard right now. He's only 7.1 behind his teammate. And by doing that, puts pressure on him to on those tires. That's essentially what is happening right now. Is that by Lando charging, by Lando keeping himself, under 9, under 8, now 7.7 behind his teammate, it pushes pressure on Oscar to stay on those medium tires longer, and now at this point, maybe to the end of the race. Please spam tire history not accurate, dude. We know already. If we've told you that the tire history is not accurate, it's not. Nothing that we can do about it. That's a data stream point upstream. That's an issue here. Beatrice thinks Bordello will get it first. No, I don't think it will. If Bordello gets it first, it's because Audi is so much back. It would be next year. There's something has happened between between this year's car and next year's car with the new regulations that's going to allow Audi to win races. Why no face cam? Not set up for face cam. I'm also not Ryan, so there's that too. No, I don't think Oscar's going to pit because that would be, again, the pit time is about 20 to 22 seconds, and that would put him back behind Leclerc. So there's no point to pit. You're better off now managing those tires and to keep that lead. FF52 is asking, do you think who are the contenders of the 26? Dude, we haven't finished 25. We have no idea what 26 is going to look like. I think Oscar pit around 25. Which place does Cadillac team would be in the 2026 season? I suspect Cadillac will be in the mid pack. I don't expect them to be in the top four again is Red Bull, McLaren, Ferrari, Mercedes. They're not going to be in that top four, and it could possibly that one of those teams could be out of the top four next year. Yeah, Cadillac's not nominate. That's not happening. They're going to be at best in the mid pack, at worst back market team. We're giving a $3 Australian, I think it's Australian donation. Thank you. You'd say it might get an 8K in the constructors. F1 Studios asking. Yeah, eight sounds reasonable. 6 is possible. It really depends who they bring in as drivers and where they are with the car. Okay, we got 9 laps to go in this race. Again, you're listening to Race Statistics channel. We're on multiple platforms: Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook Live, and on demand on those platforms as well. Again, after the fact, we'll be on demand. And this is Crash giving you live coverage of this race right now. Again, we've got now 8 laps to go. Lap 30, Oscar now starting, and Norris starting lap 37 to 44. Oscar losing half a second to Lando, a lap in the moment. Yeah, no, the gap to Oscar and Norris is now under 7 seconds, specifically 6.85. So it's a few more tenths. Again, those who are coming in right now, we did start an hour and 20 minutes later than expected. We started the formation lap and was the start was aborted and red flagged right away. Track was still heavy rain on that track. We got another cell of rain, which is why we were over an hour. And then we came back out. We came right out of the pit lane onto our first lap behind the safety car for 4 laps, and then on lap 5 we went green flag running. And we've been going green flag running since then as well. So we have not had an incident on track at all. Hamilton right now, the big mover. He's up 11 places. He started 18th. He's now he had made several passes on track, and then made a pit, and that allowed him to get ahead even more. He's now currently 11th. Big loser right now is Isaac Ajah. Basically, he's now 12 places back. Big thing with him is that he pitted twice. He pitted for a medium tire and then pitted again for 10 laps later for a hard tire, and he has not recovered from that. And at this point, he's now at risk of being lapped by Oscar and Norris. If it's not this lap, within the next 2-3 laps. We haven't seen after Norris getting ahead. Oscar getting ahead of Norris. Leclerc and Verstappen have been P3, P4. Russell has gotten ahead of Albon. And then that's 5 and 6. Hamilton is 7. Lawson is 8. He is up a place. He did pass his teammate at one point. Borello is up a position to 9th, and Gasly's up 3 positions to 10th. That's where we are in the points. Tsunoda is down, unfortunately, 4 places. Though he is within a DRS of Gasly. Behrman is also in that DRS train. Gasly's Tsunoda, Behrman is a train. And then Con Antonelli Alonso is another train out there currently. Isaac right now coming to turn 17. Here comes Oscar, and in a few more seconds we'll have Norris. They're going to hit the chicane, 18-19 chicane. It's very much that Isaac's going to be passed on the next lap by Oscar. This will be lapping, blue flag lapping in this case. 6 laps to go. We're on lap 39 of 44. Again, those are interested in motorsports. The end of the Tour de France is today. Stage 21 in Paris is today. It'll be wrapping up in the next hour or so. We will have Indy next in an hour and a half. And then another 3.5 hours, we'll have the IndyCar race. I know that the Brickyard 400 is today as well. I think it's the same time as the Indy race. So we've got, those of you who are motorheads, there's a lot more racing this afternoon after the fact. Max has advanced on a second on Leclerc now. He was about 2.4 back. He's now only 1.4 back. So if he could catch Leclerc in the next few laps, The gap Norris to Oscar is now 4.8. So those tires are now definitely falling off. Oscar has passed Isaac. Norris will be the next one to have to go around him. Again, Isaac will be given blue flags because he's now a lap down. Not sure. I'm not sure Norris is. It's going to be interesting. If Norris is going to have to put on a second lap to catch Oscar, and I'm not sure he's getting that much of a boost. Again, Oscar's last lap was a 146.4. Norris did 145.6. That's about 8 tenths. I don't think he's there's enough time left. There are only 5 laps left to go. What happened to Isaac? Basically, he pitted twice. He pitted again. When he went from intermediate to medium to 10 laps on those mediums, and then went on to hards, and he just hasn't found any pace since then. Click at that exit turn one. Max made an error. Max is just outside DRS range. He's 1.1 seconds back. He's going to have to make a charge now to get in DRS range if he's going to any hope to take on Leclerc for that podium position. Why is Isaac getting a penalty? I don't know what you guys are talking about. Rain coming. I mean, we're on lap 4. We've got 4 laps to go. I honestly don't think the rain. It'd have to start falling like right now to have any effect on this race. I always suspect, look with suspicion when you guys were saying rain coming. When it rains, will we have animations on the stream track map? Yeah, no, we have rain falling on the track when it is raining. Did Ripple give sort of the same spec as Max? I don't know if it's the exact same spec. Why don't they make an indoor track? Emissions really is the big reason why. You've got all these car engines running. The big question is, what do you do with the emissions off these cars? You know, when you don't have the roof over them, you don't have to worry about that. It will disperse. But when you put that roof over, it won't. Yeah, there's no reason to say that a car is illegal in chat. That's factually not correct with the McLarens. They've been looked over, fine-tooth comb by the FIA. If they were illegal, we would have known it by now. The FIA would have said something. That has not happened. Did Oscar pit? Yeah, Oscar pit a while ago. He's stuck on that medium tire to the end of the race. And it's been, I think, 20 laps already, at least, on those medium tires. So they are definitely falling off. You know, Norris is now 3.5 seconds behind with 3 laps to go. Yeah, he just not enough time. Lando would have to make a big push right now
to maybe catch his teammate on the last lap. Hamilton P70, yeah, he's up 11 positions. He started 18th, and that was a combination of him being Hamilton of old, passing people in the beginning of that race, pitting early for slicks. I don't know what they say about McLaren's being illegal because of the mini DRS. Yeah, so what happened is basically but that mini DRS was legal under the rules. Were legal under the rules last year. That's the thing that you need to account, is that flexibility rules came in after the fact that FIA didn't want those wings to flex. And now that those flex rules are in place, McLaren's faster and performing even more than they were before. They did, that rule was supposed to be like, we all thought, the suspicion was, oh, we're going to put in the harder wing test in, and that's going to screw up the McLarens, and it hasn't. It hasn't. And it looks like Norris has made a mistake. He's dropped back 4.3. It's that whole second now. Max Tires dead. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, same with Leclerc, but like Russell, Albon, Hamilton. I mean, those tires are now shot. I don't suspect that Hamilton is gonna make an advance on Albon at this point. So, our positions are pretty much in place now. The only one who could have advanced was Norris, but now he's dropped back 5 seconds. After that mistake, that he's not going to catch his teammate now. Side notes for Max. Max is going to be at P4. No crying there. Sky Sports is so funny, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. Sky Sports is just weird. Crofty and Ted are just something doesn't hit me right with them with their commentary. And then once I found the commentary for F1 TV, I haven't looked back. We are on the final lap right now. Oscar and Norris are on the final lap. Leclerc and Verstappen are now crossing the line on that final lap. Russell will be 5th in a few seconds. So we are at the end of this race right now. We are not going to get any rain. Yeah, we've got clear skies. We've got some clouds, but nothing that's going to form any rain. Looks like Behrman's gone ahead of Sonoda. He's half a second behind Gasly. To keep an eye on that. I don't think he's going to have to make a charge. Yeah, he'll have to make a charge on this last lap. So we've got Gasly, Behrman, Sonoda, and Hulkenberg in a DRS chain right now. So they are going to get their final lap in. So it'll be interesting if Behrman can make a pass on Gasly for P10, that last place. Vote for driver today. Is it Hamilton, Oscar, Albon, or someone else? I am definitely going with Hamilton. You don't have to follow my lead. Hamilton trying to catch Albon. I think it might be too late for Hamilton. 0.5. He's pushing. So Oscar's coming across the line. He's going to win this. Norris is going to come across second. Hamilton. Half a second on Albon. I'm not sure he's going to catch him. I think it's too late to catch him at this point. And we got Behrman 0.3 on Gasly. It's now 0.4. That may have been it for him. Yeah, Hamilton's going to be 0.7 back when he crosses the line. So again, we've got Oscar first, Norris second, Leclerc third, Verstappen fourth, Russell fifth, Albon sixth, Hamilton seven. Lawson just crosses the line for eighth. Barlow is ninth. Gasly is currently 10th right now. Behrman is 0.4 back. He's not going to catch him unless there's something crazy happened at the last moment here. Okay, at the last hurrah. Gasly's going to come across 10th. Cameron 11th, Hulkenberg 12th, Tsunoda 13th, Stroll 14th. Anthony will come across the line 15th, Alonso 17th, Sainz 18th, Colpino 19th, and Isaac was a lap down, so he's already pitted. And that is the race, everyone. Our podium again, Oscar, Lando, Leclerc in that order. Max is sitting on the side of P4. I want to thank everyone who was here, whether you were here in Twitch, whether you were here on YouTube. I want to thank if you survived that hour and 20 minutes rain delay. I want to thank you. Here comes the boring race, people. You're boring. Sorry. If you couldn't find what was interesting in that race, that's not my problem. Well, short spot after, an hour and 20 minutes. Again, for everyone here this is going to bring our coverage for the race at this point. Again, I want to thank everyone who's here. For everyone who was here, will be listening after the fact on demand. I want to thank you. This has been Grash, and this has been our coverage for the Belgian Grand Prix. Again, we had rain that started the race and delayed. Excuse me, my throat. Delayed us for an hour and 20 minutes. Again, for everyone here at the Racing 60 channel, I want to thank you. And we will see you for FP1 soon. Take care, everyone.